The atmosphere is building as two sides worthy of the biggest stage get ready to clash in front of a packed stadium. All the action here on EA TV.
A warm welcome to you and thanks for joining us for another game live on EA TV. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position and we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. It's Eintracht Frankfurt and they play Marseille.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. You just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
This is the home side's team today.
Well, it looks to be a 3-4-2-1. It should be quite compact when they're out of possession, you'd think. It's just how are they going to handle those transitions, though, once they do recover the ball.
This is how the Marseille team looks.
Well, it does look to be a 3-4-2-1, and the flexibility in this will be provided by the wing-backs. The two midfielders can have...
Oh, excellent work from the keeper to deny a promising-looking attack.
Well, so close to seeing an early goal there. If not for the keeper, they would have been ahead. Great save, though, you have to say.
Big moment, certainly. Now they can give their hero the out. And we haven't had to wait long for the opening goal. It's 1-0. The game restarts with the score 1-0. Théâtre. Tuta. Elias-Giri. Christensen. Rasmus Christensen. Elias-Giri. Works up. And a corner to come. Across the line, goal kick. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Rongier. Moving the ball around well here. Nicely played through. Maybe not. That was well read to cut it out. Rongier. Now, can he get the cross in? Oh, he's done well to get past his man. And the defence ready for what was coming. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Valentin Rongier. Nicely played. What a chance here. Clean through, but he's missed the target.
Well, he's got to be clinical there, guys. It's a great opportunity to score.
Now. Elias-Giri. Getting into a good position. Been cut out. There's the turnover. And stopped now. Mario Götze. Keeper has that and keeps it in his grasp. Højbjerg. Amin Gouiri. Could turn out to be a really good ball. In the right position to cut out the pass. Ekitike. Garcia. Rongier. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Oh, excellent vision. Oh, chance here. And a great stop to turn the ball away. Rongier. Højbjerg. Space now to get a crossover. That's a good ball. Højbjerg. They need to be better on the ball than that. Michael Murillo. Oh, that's been won really smartly. And that brings the first half to an end. We're back underway for the second 45. Eliaskiri. Christensen. Eliaskiri. Ansgar Knauf. Good spell on the ball, but they are still behind. But ultimately, not going anywhere with it. Ulises Garcia. That has gone out. It'll be a throw. Knauf. So much given away as cleverly won. Valentin Rongier. Read the pass well and cuts it out. And a throw in for Marseille. He's certainly had a decent game so far, or maybe better than that. It's fair to say he hasn't disappointed.
Yeah, he's played well and the goal will be the standout moment, but I've been so impressed with his work rate too. I'm sure he'll want to keep that intensity up in the second half.
Promising looking attack, this. And ready for it coming his way. Corner kick played in. They could still do something here. And the goalkeeper does what he's there to do. He's gone out for another one. Corner again. Well, a fantastic opportunity, but you have to praise the defending. Oh, it's cleared away from goal. Superb defending. It's put into the middle. Only half the job done there. And the forward progress continues. A decent try, not far away.
Oh, that's really unlucky. It was close, and if they keep working hard to create chances, I'm sure he'll put the next one away.
That's not a bad-looking ball. Excellent work in goal there. Well saved. Valentin Rongier. Adrien Rabiot. The counter looks on here. Options available. Ansgar Knauf. This could be threatening. That's a nice cutback. Oh, should have scored. Anywhere but there.
Yeah, he gets himself into a great position, but he just can't finish the chance off. It's a wasted opportunity.
Emil Hubia. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball.
Well, you can tell the crowd sense something here. It's getting late, but they're really pushing the team on now.
And it's open now! But the keeper saw it coming and saved easily. Ansgar Kamau. Skiri. Possession given away. Weighted beautifully. Oh, cheeky attempt. It's the sort of finish you can only smile about. Saw the keeper off the line to score a goal of true quality. Incredible. And they've got it back now. And a stop made that didn't require a great deal of effort. Elias Skiri. Ansgar Kamau. Mario Götze. Pushing forward now to make the right choice. But not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. Pierre-Emile Hubia. Ulises Garcia. Hubia. In the right position to cut out the pass. A little sloppy on the ball there. Valentin Rongier, and able to come away with the ball. Decent looking attack this. It's in! Now have they got the belief and the time to get another? Kondogbia. Rongier. Time is on their side, and the score is in their favour. Valentin Rongier. Rabiot. That's the final whistle, leaving the fans here.
This is it, a can't-miss game. And a backup.
A warm welcome from St James's Park, a home of football since 1880. I'm Guy Mowbray to bring you commentary along with the former England forward Sue Smith. And we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. It's Newcastle United and they face Eintracht Frankfurt.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. You just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
This is today's Newcastle United lineup. Nick Pope is the goalkeeper. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in the centre of the park. And leading the attack is Alexander Isak. Here's how Eintracht Frankfurt line up.
Yeah, they're playing a 4-3-3. One central striker with the wingers providing the width. A quite narrow three in midfield and then a back four where the full-backs, they're going to be expected to get up and down those flanks.
Moving the ball forward, what can they do with this? Well, he's found touchline, not teammate. That's unfortunate. Not a lot of time for him. Sandro Tonali. Joe Linton. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Joe Linton. Mario Götze. Isak. Now Trippier. Sandro Tonali. Livramento. Oh, great work. What's next? Pulls it back. Will it open up for it? Crucial defending. Comes. That's not properly away yet. And it's not a good one, and it'll be a goal kick. Rasmus Christensen. Mario Götze. Good ball, decent looking attack this. Götze. It might still happen. And the danger is cleared. Tino Livramento. Joe Linton. Still level, but this attack could see that changing. But maybe one pass too many and they've lost it. Now. Chance to cross here. For the lead here. And a great stop to turn the ball away. Sloppy in possession. Mario Götze. He'll take this on. The goalkeeper ready for it. Really good stop. Jacob Murphy. That will be a throw-in now. Ekitike.
The visitors have had a lot of the ball over the last 15 minutes, and they're starting to create plenty of chances too. You sense it's inevitable that the goal will come. It's certainly no less than they deserve.
Good work to win the ball and stop something happening. Barnes. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Ugo Ekitike. Elias Skiri. Goetze. The ball taken away from them. Sandro Tonali. Isak. He's hit that well. That's not a bad save at all. Delivered into the box. And it's hit the bar. Fabian Schär. Have a go here. Oh, really good effort. Plenty of power, plenty of venom, but just leaning back slightly. Now. Nothing to split the sides, but this move is looking promising. Ekitike, great chance here. Oh, great block. Well, still nothing to split the two sides. Maybe that will change with this corner. And the goalkeeper gathers the ball in easily. It's gone out of play. Throw in to come. Knauf. Ekitike. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Isak. Showing good wit with this attack. Danger cleared, but the goalkeeper might want a word after that. And that's going to be all. And we're off for the second half. Tonali. Joe Linton. Fabian Schär. Joe Linton. Bruno Guimaraes. Now Tonali. Guimaraes. Sandro Tonali. They've given it away here. Christensen. Mario Götze. Götze. Ekitike. They need to be better on the ball than that. Isak. Kieran Trippier. This is a lovely spell on the ball. Barnes to take the lead. You can feel the frustration after that. Possibly should have hit the target. Skiri. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Murphy. Rasmus Christensen. Knauf. Goetze. And the shot thwarted. Tonali. Jacob Murphy. Nice possession. Is there a goal to take the lead coming? Body in the way. And good work to win it there. Schär. Joelinton. Now Tonali. Barnes. Sandro Tonali. Murphy. Now, can this be attacked? It's cleared, and they can breathe easier. Could be a chance to break here. Beaten easily here, and that has stopped any potential danger. Isak. Goetze. Trying to spark the attack further into life here. He'll have to be quick. Sandro Tonali. Guimaraes. Barnes. To put them ahead. Saved but not clear. The effort shut out. The pass is red and the ball has changed hands. Barnes. Tonali. Isak. A little sloppy on the ball there. Now, if they score from this, they'll surely win the game. Tino Livramento. Isak. Now there could be a chance to counter. Beautifully weighted ball. Well read to gain possession. Arthur Theat. Goetze.
Well, it's so noisy in here and the fans are really pushing their side on. They know there's still time for one last chance to get the winner.
Guimaraes. Now Tonali. Guimaraes. And unable to retain possession. Canal. There could be a chance to win the game here. Goetze. Oh, that's been won really smartly. And there goes the final whistle. It's all over.
Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly... Good evening, everyone. Very shortly, it'll be time for both sides here to get pedalling at the Stade Vélodrome in Marseille. My name is Derek Ray, and my commentary partner on this occasion is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Olympique de Marseille up against Newcastle United.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And this is the lineup for Marseille. Geronimo Rulli stands between the posts. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg plays with Valentin Rongier in central midfield. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. Newcastle in a potentially dangerous position. Now he must favour the cross. Oh, danger here. Couldn't hang on to it, Newcastle. And here's the Newcastle formation. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the attack is led today by Alexander Isak. Well, he needed to read it to get there, and did. Sandro Tonali. Now with Barnes. Guimaraes. Isak. Oh, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack.
Mesdames et messieurs, pour des raisons de sécurité, la sortie du stade s'effectuera par la porte D. Merci de votre compréhension.
Promising-looking attack from Marseille. How to keep it out of the net. Who can they pick out? Not away completely. Bit wasteful from Marseille. Trippier. Murphy. Trippier now. Well, that one has promise. Really good interception. Greenwood. Rabiot. It's a neat move. Now with Rongier. Dangerous looking attack. Long-range effort, and a crisp effort, just over the top. Well, the referee allowing the play to flow. He has time to play it over. And the throw-in coming up for Marseille. Rongier. Greenwood. Laid into the box. Cleared away comprehensively. Guimaraes. Barnes. Harvey Barnes. Great defending. Greenwood. Amin Gouiri. Newcastle come away with it. Jacob Murphy. Trippier now. Murillo. Michael Murillo. And running it back. Promising move this from Newcastle. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. Can they forge ahead from this corner kick? Let's see. Delivering it. And the problem not completely solved. Could be threatening. Chance here. Michael Murillo. Valentin Rongier. Luis Enrique. Murillo. Failure to keep the ball on the part of Marseille. Joelinton. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Harvey Barnes. Bruno Guimaraes. Will it happen for them? Well, I'll tell you what, that didn't miss by much. Valentin Rongier. Promising sequence. Rabiot. Oh, good work by the keeper. Well, time is up. And as the second half commences, both sides can reflect on a first half in which they were so very evenly matched. Murillo. The ball with Kondogbia. Ulises Garcia. Can he find the right pass? Valentin Rongier. And made sure the pass wasn't troublesome. Sandro Tonali. Tino Livramento. And scope for Newcastle to attack out wide. Joelinton. Can they forge ahead? Oh, a challenge that simply had to be won. Javier. Guiri in possession. Well, this could really help the cause. Javier. On to Rongier. Good patient build-up as they try to fashion something. Well, the supporters think it's on. Rabiot! Brilliantly blocked.
Well, this is a big moment, and don't these fans know it?
And the header just over the crossbar. Guimaraes. Jacob Murphy. The Magpies pushing forward with options available. The fist of the goalkeeper. Intercepted effortlessly. Well, we're into the final half hour. Nice switch of play. And quick thinking defensively. Plenty of support here. Out of play. Newcastle throw-in forthcoming. Sandro Tonali. It's Dan Burn. Isaac. Murphy. He cuts it back. Decent position. Joelinton. Just the tackle that was needed. Valentin Rongier. Luis Enrique. Well, the pass not finding its target. Isaac. Moving the ball nicely, but can they forge ahead? Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Luis Enrique. Chance to play it in. Oh, managing to beat him. Cuts it back. Guimaraes. He fancies it. Fine goalkeeping to push that away. Garcia. Rongier. Oh, he's done it! But hang on, offside is the verdict here. It's not going to stand.
Well, you can tell he thought he was onside here, but the assistant, I think, got it absolutely right.
Valentin Rongier. Luis Enrique. Guiri in possession. Ulises Garcia. Crossing possibilities. He takes aim. And the post denied him. Not too fussy in clearing his lines.
Well, Marseille are throwing everything at this now, but can they make one of these chances count and go on and win the game?
Now we're inside the final 10 minutes in this one. Luis Enrique. Well, here they are on the attack. Can they go on and win the game? Oh, this looks useful. Oh, can you believe it? With so little time left, surely that will be the winner. Amazing scenes here. Fabian Schär. Jacob Murphy. It's with Joe Linton. Sandro Tonali. Chasing this game, desperate for a leveller. Bruno Guimaraes. Harvey Barnes. Sandro Tonali. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Luis Enrique. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. Well, out of play it goes, and that was in no small measure due to the effective press. Well, they'll be looking to add to their advantage from this corner. And there goes the final whistle. Well, they've got to make up. High-octane football. We can virtually guarantee it. Two quality sides ready for battle. Good evening, everyone. Very shortly, it'll be time for both sides here to get pedalling at the Stade Velodrome in Marseille. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and I'm joined for expert analysis by my partner, Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League Match Day 1. It's Olympique de Marseille up against Eintracht Frankfurt.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
Sound piece of defending. And this is the lineup for Marseille. Geronimo Rulli stands between the posts. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg plays with Valentin Rongier in central midfield. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. And here's the starting 11 for Frankfurt.
Well, on paper, it's down as a 4-5-1. But for me, it's more likely to be a split midfield, with three supporting the front man and two sitting that little bit deeper as defensive cover.
Valentin Rongier.
Well, he always has to be regarded as a dangerous opponent, so what should we expect to see from him in this game, Stuart?
Well, anything around the box. He's a massive threat from dead ball situations. He really does get some whip on his free kicks.
Højbjerg and Rongier. Greenwood. This looks promising from Marseille. That is tackling of the highest order. And possibilities here. And making sure there was no danger in the end. Now with Greenwood. Amine Gouiri. Leonardo Balerdi. And Rongier. Sloppy in possession from Marseille. Good bit of closing down. Højbjerg. Ulises Garcia. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. And the attacking options appear plentiful. Well, all doing their bit to keep them out. Skiri. Well, we can give them high marks for their passing, but can they make this pressure count? Ekitike. Oh, big opportunity! And not cleared away properly. And held by the keeper at the second time of asking.
Well, he's just pulled off a great first save there. Now they can all calm down.
Now with Greenwood. Amine Gouiri. But into the keeper's gloves. Teat. Ansgar Knauf. Brown. Knauf. Well, they keep passing away. They just couldn't play that decisive ball. On to Greenwood. Good, sir. tries for goal. Crucial piece of defending. Amin Gouiri. And credit due, a good intervention. Well, a really good run. And a fine reading of the situation. Valentin Rongier. Gouiri in possession. Beautifully weighted ball. Marseille couldn't maintain possession. Ekitike. And he's got the beating of his opponent. And how about that for a save? And over it comes. It's still dangerous. It was on its way in. So the whistle then. We're at the half. So back underway here into the second half. Kuta. Now with Koch. Teat. Elieskiri. Here's Götze now. Promising pass. Elieskiri. Well, a promising looking attack, but comes to nothing in the end. Now options are plenty. It's with Larsson. Well, he didn't miss by very much at all. Højbjerg. Successfully cut out. Larsson. Knauf. Ekitike. And a chance to whip it in here. Nicely timed tackle. Well, it's fair to say the first half performance wasn't the best we've ever seen from Mario Götze, and he knows full well, Stuart, he's got to up his game.
It certainly wasn't his best half of football. He was slightly off the pace, and he gave the ball away too easily at times.
Oh, they could finish here, Stuart. He got a good palm on it. Valentin Rongier. Leonardo Balerdi. Marseille moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Well, we're into the final half hour. Wasteful from Frankfurt. Christensen. Ekitike. That's a confident run from Götze. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Højbjerg. Oh, that's an interesting pass. Can they forge ahead? They do. And you've got to say they're good value for the lead. Kuta. Christensen. And Skiri. Artur Teat. Here's Skiri. And Brown in possession.
20 minutes to go in this one. Ansgar Knau. Koch. Mario Götze. Fluency of movement. They're trying to take their time, but not enough care on the ball.
Tremendous block.
Well, it comes to nothing in the end.
Valentin Rongier. And Højbjerg with it.
Marseille moving the ball forward with purpose.
Oh, managing to beat him. Both hands on it. Good goalkeeping.
Hugo Ekitike. Ulises Garcia. Now with Rongier. Amin Gouiri. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Gouiri in possession. Mario Götze. And that puts them in position. Oh, marvellous defending to deny him. Greenwood. Well, the play just breaking down a bit here.
5 minutes remaining, and one thing is certain, no one is leaving because it's still close.
Here's Larsson.
This could spur the game, and it has! Such late excitement, and no wonder they're jumping for joy as we speak.
Balerdi. Ulises Garcia. Kondogbia. And Rongier. And 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Well, you can see how fiercely they're concentrating on finding a winner. Cross could be useful. Well, not away properly. And that is going to be a free kick.
There we have it. The 90 minutes are over. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype... Well, just the sort of weather the fans were hoping for this evening. It's absolutely ideal. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting next to me here on the commentary gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham United midfield man, Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Eintracht Frankfurt up against Newcastle United.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And the lineup for the home side.
Well, it's a 3-4-2-1 with three at the back, two central midfield players and two wing-backs. But the two behind the centre forward will be key today. They need to play well, that's for sure.
So the starting 11 for Newcastle United. Nick Pope gets the nod between the bursts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the attack is led today by Alexander Isak. And Newcastle pushing forward with options available. Missing pass. And a good take under duress there. Christensen. There's Götze now. To put them ahead. Couldn't make it 1-0. Maybe not quite warmed up.
Well, that should have been the opener. He has to hit the target from there.
Murphy. Passing it through. Had a bit of work to do and getting to that through ball, the goalkeeper. Mario Götze. Christensen. Larsson. And Christensen has it. Possession and patience, the watchwords. But then the commentator's curse comes into play. Sandro Tonali. Joelinton. Harvey Barnes. Christensen. Knauf. Here's Götze now. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. That's a good-looking pass. Just the challenge that was required. Well, they're going to be very cross with themselves because that was a wasted opportunity. Murphy. Christensen. Take it away. Sandro Tonali. Harvey Barnes. Can he make it count? And there it is, 1-0. Their efforts have been rewarded. And look at the celebrations. Here's Larsson. Arthur Theat. Christensen has it. They've given it away. Mario Götze. Ekitike. Sense the threat is there. Oh, managing to beat him. Teammate available. They just couldn't stay in front. And now this match is all square. Tonali with it. Might be able to get in behind the defence. Sandro Tonali. It's with Joelinton. Murphy. It needs an accurate cross. Well, a poor attempt at a challenge, and on he goes. Looks as though there might be a threat, but not so in the end. Good defending. Brown. Teat. Elias Skiri. Hugo Ekitike. Not made it look routine, but read it well. Jacob Murphy. And so it is. So the two teams have switched around, and the second half is underway. Sandro Tonali. It's Dan Burn. Trippier. Tonali with it. Joelinton. Tonali with it. Isaac. Very quick thinking there. Can he find the right pass? Oh, incredible save, and he snuffed out the danger. Can someone get on the end of this? First-class defending, cleared off the line. Now, counter-attacking possibilities here. And they could do damage. There it is! A fantastic goal, and no wonder he's off celebrating. Trippier. It's Dan Burn. Sandro Tonali. Livramento. And the Magpies moving the ball forward with purpose. Sandro Tonali. Fabian Schär. Tonali with it. It's with Joelinton. He has time to play it over. An attack full of promise. Well, moving the ball impressively here. I think I spoke too soon. Wasn't the best of passes finally. Effective piece of pressing. Well, very effective play, and they might be onto something. And it's with Isaac. And will it be the leveller? And he's got to score to level it again. Robin Koch. Here's Skiri. Christensen. Elias Skiri. And Christensen has it. Robin Koch. Skiri. Teat. And Skiri. Christensen. Elias Skiri. Larson with it. And Christensen has it. Here's Götze now. And the emphasis is on creativity. Hugo Ekitike. The high press was on, and that's a fantastic tackle. Advantage with them. Referee says play on.
attack. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Opportunity. Looks like a certain goal, but that's a great challenge. Just 15 minutes remaining. Now what can they do from here? And he gets the advantage. Has eyes for goal. It's still alive. Well, that's how to do it inside your own penalty area.
Well, that would surely have won the game. The keeper's done brilliantly to keep that out.
Well, maybe a chance for them now to alleviate the pressure. Trying his luck. Oh, can you believe it? With so little time left, surely that will be the winner. Amazing scenes here. And Brown in possession. And Christensen has it. Elias Skiri. Christensen. Here's Skiri.
Well, I think the fans are doing everything they can to get their team back into this. But can they find that moment of inspiration and get an equaliser?
Well, there's still scope for late drama here. 5 minutes left and just one goal between the sides. And now Larsson on the ball in an attacking position, but they've got to do something positive quickly. Kick awarded. They'll try his luck here. Pretty sure it didn't get past him. A corner then, and with time running out, they've got to ask questions. Well, he was being closely watched. Goal kick.
Well, the defender knew he couldn't get to the ball first, but he just did enough to put him off there.
Murphy. And support available. A disappointing end to the move. And 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Fruitful looking attack. Now winning back possession. And there goes the final whistle. Well,
Match day is upon us. Fans are pouring into the stadium.
Hello to you from St James's Park, Newcastle, a modern-day rarity as a stadium that's almost right in the city centre. I'm Guy Mowbray, and alongside me for commentary is Sue Smith. And it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Newcastle United, and they play Marseille.
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match, though.
Højbjerg. This is today's Newcastle United lineup. Nick Pope is the goalkeeper. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in the centre of the park, and leading the attack is Alexander Isak. This is how the Marseille team looks.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-3-3, and they are really good out wide. The relationships with both wingers and fullbacks are great, and the latter constantly providing overlaps to create 2v1 situations. Both have got good delivery, so it's just about getting on the end of things.
Hang on, Sue, they're in. And there it is. The opening goal, and what a bright start it's been. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. Valeri. Valentin Rongier. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. Valentin Rongier. This is a positive-looking move. Oh, it was a pretty good effort.
Oh, I thought that was going to be the equaliser there. It wasn't far away. Not a bad attempt, that guy.
Good work to win it there. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. Ulises Garcia. On to Rabiot. In that sort of position, you simply have to get it closer than he did there. Joelinton. Tino Livramento. Bit sloppy in possession.
Please remain seated after the game, and your coach will meet you at the time. Thank you.
Waited beautifully. And it's there to equalise. Settle in for the rest of this. A great game already. Fabian Schär. Kieran Trippier. Bird. Now Tonali. Murphy. Jacob Murphy. Now Trippier. Bruno Guimaraes. And they've got it back now. Guimaraes. Murphy. Michael Murillo. In the right position to cut out the pass. Showing good width with this attack. Cross into the area. It's there! And into the lead they go. Adrien Rabiot. Rongier. Jeffrey Kondogbia. Ulises Garcia. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. Murillo. Højbjerg. Switched on and ready to intercept that. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. From a long way out. Valentin Rongier. Oh, great block. Amin Gouiri. Oh, really good goalkeeping there. Joelinton. Isak. Lovely ball. This could lead to something. This could be threatening. Well, you can see his disappointment there. Murphy. Joelinton. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Gouiri. On to Rabiot. They've lost it there, and the attack is over. And that will do it for the first half. And we're off for the second half. Guimaraes. Dan Burn. Now Tonali. Kieran Trippier. Guimaraes. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. And able to come away with the ball. Garcia. Rabiot. Will it open up for him? The job not done yet. That's a good ball. Oh, what a really good save that was. And here it comes. Only half the job done there. A really good interception to take the ball. Well, he's made his mark on the game, proving particularly hard to play against. He's causing problems.
Yeah, he's had a really productive first half. He gave his side the lead with a tidy finish, but it's his all-round play that's been so good too. Hopefully we'll see more of that in the second half.
Great chance here. Michael Murillo. Højbjerg. Gouiri. There's a nice passing rhythm to the play. Can he finish? It's there! A goal that draws them back on level terms. Tonali. Bruno Guimaraes. Now there could be something on in a moment. Sandro Tonali. Guimaraes. He's hit that well! But that hasn't worked out. Easily gathered by the keeper. Tonali. Fabian Schär. Joelinton. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. Ulises Garcia. Untidy in possession there. And getting into a good position. Now, can this be attacked? There still could be something happening here. Not the end to the move they were looking for. Murillo. Amin Gouiri. Genuine chance. I don't know how he didn't score. Great defending. And it's opened up for him. Oh, it was a why not moment that. And he wasn't far away.
Well, he's certainly full of confidence to attempt a shot from there, and it's really close to going in.
Could turn out to be a really good ball. There could be a chance to win the game here. What can he do with it? And a great stop to turn the ball away. Valentin Rongier. On to Rabiot. More defensive work to do here. And that is where the attack will end. Kieran Trippier. Isak. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Murillo. Joelinton. And the hard work pays off. They won the ball. Amin Gouiri. Oh, if they score from this, they'll surely win the game. And a cross into the area. And they've got to be careful here. Joelinton. Barnes. Goes for goal! The keeper quick to get across and make the save. What a chance this could be to potentially win the game from this corner. And the referee's whistle.
Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. It truly is a special place, a stadium every football fan should visit should he or she get the chance. The Santiago Bernabeu here in Madrid. I'm Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, ready to provide all the technical and tactical analysis, is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. Stuart, what are your expectations for today?
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
And the starting players for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois begins in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Federico Valverde plays alongside Aurélien Tchouaméni in the centre of midfield. And the main striker today is Kylian Mbappé. This is how the visitors will set up today. Jan Sommer is the goalkeeper. Benjamin Pavard plays with Francesco Acerbi in central defence. Nicolo Barella plays with Henrik Mkhitaryan in the centre of midfield. And in attack, Marcus Thuram plays alongside Lautaro Martinez. It has to be! Terrific piece of anticipation! Can someone get on the end of this? Trying his luck with the header, but too much elevation. Sandro Bastoni. Well, good clean catch by the keeper. He'll be a bit annoyed to have lost the ball. Rodrigo. Intercepting it intelligently. And support available. What a perfect ball now. How about this? Well, didn't have much to work with, but hitting the frame of the goal.
No, he certainly hasn't got much of an angle, but it almost paid off for him there. It's a good effort.
But I'll tell you what, I really admire the fact that Jude Bellingham can do just about everything. He can score, he can set up chances, he can defend. What do you expect to see from him in this game?
Well, I expect him to be the biggest influence on this game, certainly in terms of dictating the play. Quite simply, one of the best players at linking up with teammates.
Takes the shot. Denied by the bar. Back in play here.
Well, Real was so close to taking the lead there, but if they keep making chances, it's surely only a matter of time before they do so.
Well, it should boost their confidence, but they can't afford to drop their guard at the other end. Now, what can they do from here? Martinez. Can they forge ahead? Oh, a challenge of the highest order. A move of promise on the flank. Firing it towards goal. Oh, the threat is there. And whipped into the box. Not really the ideal clearance. Well, nothing untoward happened. Teammate in support. Mkhitaryan. On the ball, Bastoni. Çalhanoğlu. It's with Acerbi. Di Marco. Henrik Mkhitaryan. Read it superbly to take back possession. Barella. Thuram. A good vision there. Dumfries. It's looking promising. And he read it really well. Fine save. Who can he pick out? Not the best clearance. Dumfries. Federico Di Marco.
Rodrigo. Deciding to go inside. Mbappe! A goal! That's 2 for him today. They simply can't stop him. No wonder he's celebrating. Plenty of support here. Henrik Mkhitaryan. Alessandro Bastoni. Çalhanoğlu. Di Marco. Henrik Mkhitaryan. It's with Çalhanoğlu. Able to get a body in the way. Rodrigo. Lucas Vazquez. On to Rodrigo. Lost possession. Marcus Thuram. The ball with Martinez. Mkhitaryan. Henrik Mkhitaryan. A goal! And it's very much game on here. Well, it is advantage Real after the first 45 minutes, but there's a long way from being settled. Tchouaméni. Mendy has it. Rudiger. Aurélien Tchouaméni. And now Rodrigo. Mbappe. Bellingham. Mbappe with it. And teammates around him. Well, that's a foul, and it sets up a free kick in a dangerous position. And in the end, no damage done. Pavard. And it's with Dumfries. And the referee felt he had to blow the whistle. Jan Sommer. Barella has it. Dumfries going to take it away. And it's with Dumfries. It's with Çalhanoğlu. Henrik Mkhitaryan. Barella. He's going to have a go here. Oh, yes! You cannot strike them any better than that. Brilliant goal. Bellingham. Tchouaméni. Now with Bellingham. Federico Valverde. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Rudiger. Valverde. Lucas Vazquez. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Well, passing moves like this will keep confidence levels up. Very effective passing sequence. Tchouaméni. On the ball, Rudiger. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Now with Bellingham. Oh, he's gone for goal! Well, the bar can be the goalkeeper's best friend.
Well, had that gone in, they would be in complete control of this game. As it is, they're still going to be a bit nervy.
Yes, a really open flow to the game. End-to-end stuff. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. What can Real do from this position? Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Just 20 minutes remaining now. Vinicius Junior aimed towards Mbappe. Oh, not to be. That would have put them well on their way, Stuart.
Well, that could prove to be a big miss. Surely has to score there.
Marcus Thuram. Barella. And nicely over the top. Well, they're going to be very cross with themselves because that was a wasted opportunity. Federico Valverde. Can he find the right pass? Rodrigo. A size to shoot. Oh, that's a fine save. Played over. Not the most confident clearance. Threat over for now, it seems. Pavard. An alert intervention. And in a perfect position to cut it out. Barella.
Well, these Real fans are certainly playing their part here. The noise inside this stadium has been incredible. Surely the players will hang on here.
Distributing it well. Well, do they have it in them to level this? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Çalhanoğlu. The ball with Martinez. And he read it well. Rudiger. Tchouaméni. Well, it's a great advantage to any side when you're as comfortable on the ball as they are. Valverde. Lucas Vazquez. Well, the stoppage time situation. 1 minute here. Crossing possibilities. And there goes the final whistle. Well,
Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away. The stage is set and the players are just about ready here in Manchester. We're at the home of City this evening. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, ready to provide all the analysis, is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League Match Day 1. It is Manchester City taking on Real Madrid.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
And the match is underway. And so the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson stands between the posts. Ruben Dias plays alongside Joško Gvardiol in central defence. Mateo Kovacic starts alongside İlkay Gündoğan in central midfield. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. City pushing forward with options available. De Bruyne. And the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Ferland Mendy starts with Lucas Vazquez in the fullback positions. Rodrigo plays with Vinicius Junior in the wide areas. And the main threat in attack today should be Kylian Mbappe. Well, they're moving the ball neatly enough. Just looking for that decisive pass. He'll try his luck here. Strong glove on the ball from the keeper.
Well, that was a great chance for Real to open the scoring in what has been a frenetic start to the game. But credit to the keeper, it was an excellent save, you have to say.
Mbappe. Wasteful from Real Madrid. What a real struggle for both sides on the possession front here. Omar Marmoush. Could play it in. Possession one. And quick thinking defensively. Marmoush. De Bruyne has support. De Bruyne. He's given us away. Valverde. And Bellingham. Rodrigo. For the lead here. Straight at the goalkeeper then. Mateus Nunes. And the cross into the middle. And miles off target with the header, but in fairness, the marking was tight. Vinicius Junior. It's with Vinicius Junior. Doku. Marmoush. Wonderfully weighted pass. Just straying offside. A struggle for Real Madrid to hang on to the ball. O'Reilly. So a throw in for Real Madrid. Lucas Vazquez. Here's Valverde. Oh, tremendous vision. He has time to play it over. Mbappe. Well, the attack carried an initial threat, but fizzled out. Attacking possibilities for Real. Can he put them in front? Doku. Full ball from De Bruyne.
seems to remain icy cool. Oh, that is a moment of pure quality. A goal for football lovers to enjoy the world over. Rudiger. Here's Valverde. Bellingham. And now Rodrigo. Real Madrid have given it away. De Bruyne. Mendy. Federico Valverde. And now Rodrigo. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Omar Marmoush. Fruitful looking attack. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Room to roam for the merengues here. Mbappe. And a powerful effort, but not threatening the goalkeeper, and he'll be disappointed. De Bruyne. Well, that's a sign of a well-organised defence. Nice looking move, this. And it's whipped in early. Well, clattered away. De Bruyne. It's a fierce effort. And so the half-time whistle is sounded. So the ball rolling again, second half underway. Will Real be able to up the game? Lucas Vazquez. Bellingham. Here's Valverde. Aurelien Tchouameni. And Valverde. Mendy. Tchouameni. And Bellingham. Aurelien Tchouameni. Rodrigo. Excellent position taken up by Mbappe. And it's in! Beyond the goalkeeper. Real Madrid on level. Vardiol. Doku. It's with Gundogan. Mateus Nunes. Here's Kovacic. Gundogan. Omar Marmoush. And players waiting in the centre, making sure nothing came of it. That's a good ball. Teammates available. This looks more than decent. And making sure there was no danger in the end. Bellingham.
Congratulations, Mike and Eileen.
Oh, that's an interesting pass. And there is the goal! He's found the net! Joy unconfined! Vardiol. And it's Ruben Dias. Gundogan. Kevin De Bruyne couldn't keep the ball. Gundogan. Doku. Showing a real will to win the ball. playing it through. It could be up for grabs. Determined defending. Corner to Real as they try to press home their advantage. Clearance needed to be better. Vinicius! Ideal for the goalkeeper, for any keeper. Real Madrid coming away with it. And he has options available. This could level it. Oh, but the keeper with an important save. How important is that?
Well, he should score from there. That's a wasted opportunity. He should beat the keeper from that sort of distance.
Can he make it count? Oh, might have been his second of the game.
Well, he's already got one to his name, and that was another decent chance there.
Appear to be in two minds. Danger averted for now. Good challenge and a throw-in coming up. And no foul on the referee's opinion. Well, they continue their push for the equaliser, but definitely not forcing it. Oh, magnificent from the keeper. Fantastic stop.
Great save and a great reaction as well.
Kevin De Bruyne with the corner. And taking care of the situation. Well, nicely cut out. Manchester City have work to do, but is it going to happen for them? Gundogan. Given away by İlkay Gundogan.
That's such an important save. Surely the game is theirs now.
Well, capable of a better clearance than that. De Bruyne. Timely intervention. Mateus Nunes. And fed forwards. Cleared away comprehensively.
Well, it's been all City in the last 15 minutes or so, creating chance after chance too. You have to feel the pressure is going to tell at some point. It's no less than they deserve.
Yes, it might be on for them once more. İlkay Gundogan at the ready. He had to score, and he does. Well, another equaliser. What a topsy-turvy game this has been. Tchouaméni. If you're wondering about stoppage time, 1 minute to be added on. Bellingham. And now Rodrigo. And there's the whistle, all even at the end of...
The magical feeling of match day and the desire to lose it.
A warm welcome on what is a lovely evening for football. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position, and it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. Sue, what can we expect from the game then?
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match, though.
This is how the hosts line up. Jan Sommer is in goal. Henrik Mkhitaryan starts alongside Hakan Çalhanoğlu in central midfield, and they're playing with 2 strikers in attack. Oh, he's done well to get past his man. That's not properly away yet. And nothing coming from their play in the end. There's space out wide for City now. This is the Manchester City starting 11. Ederson is between the posts. Joško Guardiol plays alongside Ruben Dias in central defence. Matteo...
Okay, they're in on goal.
Stopped by some really astute defending. Marcus Thuram. Dumfries. Looking to cut inside. But that's where any chance of anything developing disappears. Well, this might be promising. And the assistant raises the flag.
Well, he's held on to the ball for far too long there. He's got to release that sooner.
Dumfries. And the pass has not found its target. Promising looking attack from City. And stopped in their tracks with a change in possession. Nicolo Barella. Oh, yes, all the practice pays off. Barella. Just waiting for the moment to break through. Çalhanoğlu. And a really good bit of goalkeeping to keep that out. Mamouche. Well read to gain possession. Now there might be a chance as they keep it moving. Oh, that's blatant. The foul committed to stop the attack.
Lovely strike this, and I thought he was flying in. So did his teammates. It's really unlucky.
That set up the chance. Players waiting in the centre. Promising ball. And ready for it coming his way. Mkhitaryan. Martinez. Mkhitaryan. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. De Bruyne. Off the defender, and a corner to come. Over it comes. Corner hasn't amounted to much. Benjamin Pavard. Nicolo Barella. On to Dumfries. Nicely played through. And the keeper's done really well to keep that out. cut out. There's the turnover. Beautifully weighted ball. And a great stop to turn the ball away. A chance to cross here. Marco. Decent move looked to be building, but that's it for now.
Well, they've certainly been positive in their play, haven't they? But for that really good save, they'd be in the lead now.
Yeah, and they're hoping to make sure the keeper has no chance with the next one. Kevin De Bruyne. And into the box it goes. He'll have to be quick. Gundogan. Now, can he get the cross in? Oh, excellent vision. But it's been given as offside, the timing just out.
Well, he holds his run well, and I thought he was in. Nicely weighted pass too, but he's offside by the narrowest of margins. Well, the hosts have had a lot of the ball in the last 15 minutes. The way they've progressed the ball up the field with good movement, quality passes. The opposition just can't live with them. They just need that goal now.
Maybe just a question or two to be asked of them here, though. Can he finish? The goalkeeper more than ready for it. Corner kick played in. It stops there. Nothing at the end of it. The ball is rolling and the second half is underway. Nunez. On to Mateo Kovacic. Kovacic. Now De Bruyne. Mateus Nunez. Marmouche. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Mkhitaryan. Martinez. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Kevin De Bruyne. Mkhitaryan. Pavard. Now Mkhitaryan. Nice possession. Mkhitaryan. Really nicely played. What can they do with this now? Kovacic. Kevin De Bruyne. On to Mateo Kovacic. De Bruyne. And they've got it back now. Ilkay Gundogan. Oh, good strike! And that's a decent save, at least certainly made to look that way. That's a corner, and the possibility for City to take the lead here. And unable to retain possession. And that has stopped any potential danger. It's nice possession. Is there a goal to take the lead coming? Delivered towards the back stick, and they're under a bit of pressure to get it away. Henrik Mkhitaryan. Lautaro Martinez. careless there as the ball changes hands. A little bit of care in possession wouldn't go amiss here. City with acres of space to attack. De Bruyne. Oh, worth a shot. And still danger here. Real pressure to get this away. Nicolo Barella. Lautaro Martinez. Now Mkhitaryan. City have possession again. Marcus Thuram. Martinez. Hakan Çalhanoğlu. He's hit that well! But the keeper saw it coming and saved easily. Switched on and ready to intercept that. Di Marco. Yeremy Doku. Gundogan. Good patient build-up. Oh, a great chance. And the keeper just about able to deal with the danger. Mkhitaryan. Oh, if they score from this, they'll surely win the game. Could be something on. And that's a fine save, and it's still level.
Oh, that's such an important save at a vital time, and if they get a result here, they'll have the keeper to thank.
Working hard to win it back there. Kovacic. Omar Mamouche. Mateus Nunes. Nicely played. And that's a frustrating call for them. Mightily close.
Well, I thought he was in there. It looked like he timed his run well, but the flag's up. He'll be so disappointed because that's really unlucky.
Joško Gvardiol. They need to be better on the ball than that. There could be a chance to win the game here. Having a try. Oh, it was a good try, but it stays goalless.
It's a really good try, guys. It wasn't a bad effort, but they have to make one of these chances count.
De Bruyne. Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. It's all over as the ref blows for full.
Two sides ready to give it their all in what promises to be 90 minutes of end-to-end football. Stay with us for every kick of the ball.
A warm welcome on what is a lovely evening for football. Joining me, Guy Mowbray, for commentary will be Sue Smith, and we're good to go with match day 1 of the Champions League. How do you see this one going then, Sue?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, both teams will have high hopes of getting to the knockout stages. You just think a quick start, gaining control of the game early, that's going to be key. Hopefully we'll see a good match.
Chouameni. This is how the hosts line up. Jan Sommer is in goal. Benjamin Pavard starts alongside Francesco Acerbi as centre-backs. Henrik Mkhitaryan starts alongside Hakan Çalhanoğlu in central midfield. And they've decided to go with 2 in attack for this game. This is the Real Madrid starting lineup. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Jude Bellingham plays alongside Aurélien Chouameni in midfield. And the main man up front is Kylian Mbappé. Kylian Mbappé. Vinicius Junior. Oh, great work. What's next? Cut back nicely. Bellingham. Crucial defending. Well, there's the flag. Offside. Marcus Thuram. It's no surprise who we've picked out to have a look at here. What should we expect today, Sue?
Well, he's got a lot of quality, but it's the precision that he has when he takes a set piece. When he gets it right in terms of body position, the goalkeeper's got no chance. This could be the deciding factor in the game today.
A move of real promise now. Marcus Thuram. Oh, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Rodrigo. Different angle of attack. Mbappé. Great defending. Well, not quite fully away here. Determined defending. Acerbi. Pavard. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Game brought to a halt. A free kick given for that. Marco. Really good pass. Çalhanoğlu. Martinez. Barella. Have a go here. And it's a good diving save, although one you'd expect to be made. Over it comes. There still could be something happening here. Well read to gain possession. Nicolo Barella. And stopped straight away. Rodrigo. Vazquez. Options available in the middle. Takes the shot. Going for the blast on goal there. Couldn't keep it low enough, but not a bad try. Dumfries. Hakan Çalhanoğlu. Benjamin Pavard. DiMarco. Taking this on. Went for it, and it wasn't a bad try. Been hammered just wide. Vinicius Junior. Chouameni. Promising looking ball. Having a try. Brilliant attempt. It very nearly went in.
Oh, that's a great volley. Catches it sweet. Doesn't miss by much.
Need to be better on the ball than that. Rodrigo. Dumfries. Pavard. That has stopped any potential danger. Kylian Mbappe. Lovely, incisive ball. And that's a shame for them, but top marks for the defending. Trying to force a mistake. Marcus Thuram. Barella. Space now to get a crossover. And the ball is claimed. Secure goalkeeping there. It's not the best distribution. Lautaro Martinez. He's had a clear view of that and made the save easily. Jude Bellingham. Rodrigo. Lucas Vazquez. Rodrigo. Now, can someone attack this? And a great stop to turn the ball away. And that'll do it. The end of the first 40. And it's even Steven after an entertaining first half. Will we get a winner in the second 45? Dumfries. Martinez. Bastoni. Nicolo Barella. Lautaro Martinez. Trying to get him ball from a deeper position. Di Marco. Has the space to whip it in here. Genuine chance. Oh, great work from the keeper to avert the danger. Martinez. That's out of play. It'll be a throw now. Hakan Çalhanoğlu. Barella. Now Mkhitaryan. Gets past really nicely. He's come back at him to win the ball now. Counter-attack coming, away they go. Rodrigo. Well, Kylian Mbappe hasn't looked at his brilliant best in what we've seen so far. Hasn't been a great deal to admire.
There's definitely more to come from him. He's just been a bit quiet, and at times he's made decent runs, but his teammates just haven't found him. I'm sure if he gets a chance in the second half, he'll take it.
So a corner now. One good ball in might be all it takes for the lead. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Vinicius Junior. That's a lovely ball. There might be something building now. Marcus Thuram. That's not a bad-looking ball. And that's not properly away yet. An attack of genuine promise now. But not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. Well, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on.
Well, the hosts have had a lot of the ball in the last 15 minutes, and they're starting to create plenty of chances too. You sense it's inevitable that the goal will come. It's certainly no less than they deserve.
Mkhitaryan. Lautaro Martinez. Now, there could be something on in a moment. Barella! Nearly. A wonderful wonderful attempt.
Well, it's a fantastic effort. Difficult technique, but he's caught it well. Very unfortunate.
Vasquez. On to Rodrigo. Jude Bellingham. Now Vasquez. Bellingham. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. That will keep the attack moving nicely. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Rodrigo. Di Marco. Marcus Thuram. And he's being urged to shoot. And the ball is still alive. And the flag's up. Offside the call. Vinicius Junior. And they've squandered possession too easily. Mkhitaryan. Marcus Thuram. Promising move this. A goal now would surely be the winner. For the lead here. And finally, a defence has been breached. It's 1-0. And the game restarts with very little time left for any more drama. Vinicius Junior. On to Rudiger. Vinicius Junior. Now Tchouaméni. Valverde. Tchouaméni. On to Bellingham. Could they take advantage here? Time's starting to be the enemy now. Well read to gain possession. And superb technique to get past his man. Full time is looming. What do you make of how it looks? They haven't much time now. And they've got their keeper to thank for still being in it.
That's such an important save. He just felt it was game over if that had gone in.
Working hard to win it back there. Vinicius Junior.
Well, just listen to the fans in here. They've just about kept their noses in front, but can they see this through now? There's really not long to go.
Real exploiting the space on the flank. Trying to carve out the angle. And that's the final whistle, leaving the fans here.
ready for battle, ready to bring their skills to the pitch. It truly is a special place, a stadium every football fan should visit should he or she get the chance. The Santiago Bernabeu here in Madrid. My name is Derek Ray, and my commentary partner, as usual, is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League Match Day 1. It's Real Madrid facing Manchester City.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois begins in goal. Ferland Mendy plays with Lucas Vazquez in the fullback positions. Vinicius Junior starts with Rodrigo out wide. And handed the task of playing up front today is Kylian Mbappe. And the keeper making sure that there were no scraps to feed on for the attackers. Introducing the starting players for Manchester City. Ederson stands between the posts. Ruben Dias plays alongside Joško Gvardiol in central defence. Ilkay Gundogan plays with Mateo Kovacic in the centre of midfield. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. Oh, lovely weighted ball. They might be in.
Well, nothing comes of it in the end because the flag has gone up, Stuart.
Well, he knew where the space was, but he's just been too eager, and that's why he's offside.
Vinicius Junior. Rodrigo. Mbappe. What a block! Nicely cut out. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Marmoush. Oh, the threat is there. Well, difficult angle. Good try.
Well, he took a chance there, and you have to say that was a great effort from that position.
Jude Bellingham. Lucas Vazquez. Oh, that's really untidy. De Bruyne. Nunes. Can he find the right pass? And they've given back possession easily. Ball played nicely. What can Real do from this position? Didn't go to plan in the end. City know that wide area is really opening up. De Bruyne. Gobbled up by Courtois. Not great from the keeper. Mateus Nunes. Still pushing for that goal that would see them forge ahead. That's a good ball. Well, a classic example of how to intercept. Jude Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. And Manchester City moving the ball with purpose. And lining it up. Oh, great defending. Vinicius Junior. Mbappe. And toughing it out. Jude Bellingham. Omar Marmoush. Can they forge ahead? Tremendous defending to stonewall him. Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. Mendy has it. Federico Valverde. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. Kevin De Bruyne. City could be onto something. And the challenge, crisp and clean. De Bruyne. Not high quality defending. Jude Bellingham. Well, the ball back with City here. Oh, this looks useful. And defensive play to be applauded. Oh, he's lost possession. How about the cross? And the first half. Into the second half then, here at the Bernabeu. Rudiger. Chouameni. Now with Bellingham. Aurelien Chouameni. And Bellingham. Federico Valverde. Takes on the shot. Well, it could have been a better effort, and I think we were all expecting it would be.
Well, those stats aren't great reading, are they? Neither side is playing with any fluency so far, and as a result, we've seen a pretty dull game. It has to get better.
Fluency of movement. Has a go! And just over the bar, really good effort. Vinicius Junior. A very good tackle. Mateo Kovacic. The referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Gundogan. Marmoush. Passing it around, looking for the goal that would put them ahead. Can he put them in front? And you've got to credit that magnificent piece of defending. Aurelien Chouameni. Mendy has it. Chouameni. Really inventive stuff from Real here. Aurelien Chouameni. An attack full of promise. Might take the lead. Oh, good hit, well shaved. Omar Marmoush. Really good challenge. Bellingham. Might it be Mbappe? And a goal! 1-0 it is. They've been pushing for the opener, and now they have it. Gundogan. And it's Ruben Dias. Jeremy Doku. It's with Gundogan. Mateus Nunes. De Bruyne. Omar Marmoush. Gvardiol. Here's Kovacic. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Vinicius Junior. Mendy. And after that fantastic effort, it's gone out for a throw-in. Mendy. Here's Mbappe. And back to Mendy. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. Well, passing moves like this will build confidence. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. So plenty of forward momentum. Well, the keeper reacted magnificently. Oh, fantastic effort. He made great contact, but the keeper more than equal to it. Can he deliver it with accuracy? Just too much lost. De Bruyne. Could be threatening. And an astute piece of defending. Vinicius Junior. 10 minutes to go then. Real Madrid have given us away. Vinicius. How to play Real Madrid throw here. Chouameni. And Bellingham. Well, the fans really want him to shoot. Good tackle taken away.
Well, Real Madrid have certainly had all the possession over the last 15 minutes and are playing some great attacking football. They just need to get another, and that would surely wrap it up.
Well, that's right, and unusually they don't have the ball on this occasion. And space to cross it. This could level it. Tremendous defending to stonewall him. Well, a real struggle for both sides on the possession front here. Might be a chance to break. And it looked like open road for them, but up a dead end. Gundogan. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. Now a decent position. And nothing for them to worry about in the end. Good defending. Well, there goes the final whistle. And Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. Well, it really should be a night of football to look forward to, here at the home of Manchester City. My name is Derek Ray, and ready with his tactics board to provide all the analysis is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League Match Day 1. Stuart, what are you expecting?
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And so the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson is the goalkeeper. Ruben Dias plays alongside Joško Gvardiol in central defence. Mateo Kovacic starts alongside İlkay Gündoğan in central midfield. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. This is the lineup for the visitors today. Jan Sommer is the goalkeeper. Federico Di Marco starts with Denzel Dumfries in the fullback positions. Nicolo Barella plays with Henrik Mkhitaryan in the centre of midfield. And in attack, Marcus Thuram plays alongside Lautaro Martinez. Significant acreage for City to run into. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Well, he's been forced out of play this time. It's opening up for them. Mkhitaryan. And that was a very fine read. Mateo Kovacic. It looked as though they had attacking momentum, but not so. Attacking possibilities on the flank for City here. The cut back. Tremendous block. The cross is on. It might be the moment to get to the head. Oh, he's given it. Penalty. And an opportunity now for them to jump in front. This to open the scoring here. Goal! Taking aim from the spot and finding the target. Federico Di Marco. Mkhitaryan. Martinez. Now look at this, they might be able to cash in here. Oh, he looks threatening. Made sure nothing came of that. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. Marcus Thuram. And he's done well to tip it over the bar. Can he deliver it with accuracy? Well, to be blunt, misfiring with the header. And he read it well, intercepting it. Mateo Kovacic. And they know they need to stop him. Could be threatening. A gift for any goalkeeper. Alessandro Bastoni. Federico Di Marco. Thuram. Unable to keep the ball that time. Omar Marmoush. What a brilliant pass. it over. Not the best clearance. Nice looking move, this. Well, half-time coming up shortly. City with the lead here. Stuart, how about your thoughts on what they've put into the game?
Yes, they've defended really well all over the pitch. Their work rate and discipline has been excellent. But any drop in tempo and this lead could easily slip away.
Venturing forward, Mkhitaryan. But quick thinking defensively. Mateus Nunes. And City being afforded too much room. Looking for the right angle. Well, high quality defending. Francesco Acerbi. And he read it well. De Bruyne might be able to set up the chance. Martinez. He's going forward well here. Chance to play it in. Oh, strong hand on the ball. Well, they had a decent reading of that ball in. So the match has restarted here in Manchester. Mkhitaryan. Dumfries. Pavard with it. Di Marco. Varela has it. Not troubling the keeper. De Bruyne. Will it happen for them? And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Dumfries. And making sure there was no danger in the end. It's a weighted pass. De Bruyne. Oh, very effective play, and they might be onto something. The inside route looking promising. Varela. And so much to like about the first half performance put in by Kevin De Bruyne.
Well, Derek, he took his goal well and was a constant threat throughout that first half. I thought he showed a lot of skill to get out of tight situations, and he had a real impact on the plate.
Promising looking ball. Well, even marginally offside is still against the law.
Yeah, and he just needed to hold his run for a fraction longer, and he would have been in on goal.
Well, they're on the scent of something positive, but really sticking to their task defensively. Maybe room here for the counter-attack. Hands away by the keeper.
Well, Sommer's save might just be the turning point here. It certainly gives them that bit of hope.
Good-looking sequence. De Bruyne. Big chance. Oh, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. Pavard. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Dumfries. Trailing, but hope in the form of a corner. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them.
If you get the emergency exit, please return to your vehicle and move it as soon as possible. Thank you.
City finding space on the flank. Gundogan. Nunes. Well, not quite what he wanted to do with the pass. Omar Marmoush. And De Bruyne in a useful-looking position, but will there be an end product? Able to clear the danger, at least for now. Mateus Nunes. And options in the centre. Nicely timed tackle. Room to roam for City on the wing. And a cut back. Opportunity. And a goal it is for Manchester City. They are the team on course for victory. Dumfries. It's with Acerbi. Pavard. It's with Çalhanoğlu. Oh, stylish ball. What can they do now? Francesco Acerbi. And it's with Dumfries. Barella. Well, can do better in terms of the pass. Çalhanoğlu. Barella has it. Really good build-up, but no end product. Mateus Nunes. Really good challenge. Omar Marmoush. Good-looking move. Well, a long-distance effort and a highly respectable one, Stuart.
Well, he surprised everybody, including me. It's a decent effort, you have to say.
Excellent vision. The goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. So full time it is. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Well, if you like an old-time football feel, this is the place for you. We're in South London at Selhurst Park. My name is Derek Ray, and joining me for commentary is Stuart Robson. And everyone here on tenterhooks, you'd have to say, with good reason. It's Crystal Palace facing AZ.
Well, the atmosphere is building nicely here, and we've got two teams who like to play good football. Let's hope we get a good game here. It should be.
So the initial 11 for the home side.
Well, it's a 3-4-2-1 with three at the back, two central midfield players and two wing-backs. But the two behind the centre-forward will be key today. They need to play well, that's for sure.
Jean-Philippe Mateta. Well, he was a long way from goal, but that didn't seem to bother him.
Well, he won't strike a football much better than that. That certainly had the keeper worried.
Parrott. This attack looks highly promising. But they took care of the situation defensively. Eze. Jean-Philippe Mateta. Good visualisation and execution. Well, the shot more than decent. It had power, just couldn't find the target. Parrott. And there to intervene. Might lead to a chance. Well, this could really help the cause. Is it going to be? Oh, my goodness! He's caught that so well! A goal of the highest class. Fantastic technique. Good effective pressure high up the pitch. And space for them here on the flank. Fine cross into the middle. Just knocked it out of there. Munoz. Now with Mateta. Cross fired over. And quick thinking defensively. Intercepted effortlessly. Trying to open up the defence. And he's apparently veered into an offside position, Stuart.
Well, that's tight, really tight. But he was just too anxious to make his run. He was in, though.
Jordi Clasie. Mainans. Really a very poor ball. Oh, that's a fine-looking pass. Good idea. Still possibilities. And there it is! A goal! I must say, much to the annoyance of the keeper.
This is a message for
Jordi Clasie.
That's Andy Tubman. Can you please return to your vehicle immediately? Thank you.
Sven Mainans. It's with Clasie. Now, what can they do from here? Jordi Clasie. Troy Parrott. Palace recovering possession well. Munoz. Decent looking pass. And he did what he had to do defensively. And he has options available. Intercepting it intelligently. And the referee, well, it was a promising avenue of attack, but the momentum has been halted. You wouldn't be surprised to see the card handed out. Well, deemed to have been a cautionable offence.
Well, no question about it. He deserved his booking there.
Could be! And there it is! Another goal! And surely there's no way back from this now. Jordi Clasie. Mainans. It's with Clasie. Sven Mainans. Decent position. Oh, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack. Ezi. Now with Lerma. Ismail Assar. Well, not coming close to hitting the target from there. Being pressed hard. Well, you might call that a... Will it be? Oh, a smart stop. Let's see about the delivery. Appear to be in two minds. It's a neat move. And the referee blows the whistle. Bring it. Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Jordi Clasie. Mainans. And nicely struck. Well, the keeper kept it out with a minimum of fuss, but it wasn't a great effort. Ismail Assar. And Palace could be onto something. Well, this is looking promising. And his teammate got him out of trouble. This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. Can they profit from this? Full credit, wonderful stop. Can he deliver it with accuracy? Well, in fairness, not the greatest of headers. Tyrick Mitchell. Palace a bit wasteful in possession. Parrott. Oh, could be an opportunity here. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Tyrick Mitchell. Could be dangerous. Keeper getting the touch. Well, he took care of it defensively.
Well, as you can see from the stats, Palace have been so creative, and they fully deserve to be winning here. They've been excellent.
And they're raiding again here. Attack after attack. Jordi Clasie. Well, we're into the final half hour. Opportunity! Well, it was caught nicely enough, but the fact of the matter is it wasn't on target. Ezi. Munoz. On to Mateta. Well, they've lost possession of the ball. Well-timed tackle. Oh, it was a crucial challenge.
Can he find the right pass? Horton. And he's hit it with authority! My goodness, that save. Fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. Well, we have 20 minutes left in this game. It's gone in! And well, he might celebrate on the back of that. Lacroix. On to Horton. Guehi. Jefferson Lerma. An important interception. Jefferson Lerma. Tyrick Mitchell. Sarr in possession. And a chance to whip it in here. Oh, good-looking run. Now the cutback. And there the move ends for now. Oh, wonderful bit of skill. Racing forward, trying to catch them out. Need to get back quickly here. Oh, a really untidy loss of possession. Well, the seconds are ticking away, and the home side in control. Stuart, what have you made of this? Can they cover up? So deflection, and they can get ready for the corner kick routine. Danger averted. Well, there's a really stylish piece of running. He knew he had to make the tackle, and did. Jean-Philippe Mateta. Mitchell. Good-looking pass. Nice switch of play. Lerma has eyes for goal. And the shot was always rising. Goal kick. Sven Meynans. Troy Parrott. Happy to take on the shot. Oh, that's a fine save. Jean-Philippe Mateta. Well, the stoppage time situation. 1 minute here. Tyrick Mitchell. And there goes the final whistle. Plenty of reason. Two inspirational teams, well capable of dazzling their fans, ready for a showdown that could take on highly... Well, many of the fans have made their way along Metro Line 1 here in Madrid to the Estadio de Vallecas. My name is Derek Ray, excited to be bringing you match commentary, and alongside me, my broadcasting partner, Stuart Robson. And with the game just moments away now, this really ought to be a superb watch. It's Rayo Vallecano up against Crystal Palace.
Thanks, Derek. Well, often we talk about the tactics, the individual players that are missing, but so often it's the mentality of the players that is key to winning any football game. Which of these teams has the right attitude today is the big question.
Mumin. Here's how it looks for Rayo Vallecano.
Well, in this 4-5-1 shape, it will be interesting to see how close the wide midfield players get to their main striker. Will they stay wide or play through the inside right and inside left positions? We'll have to wait to see how it develops.
And here's the Palace 11.
Well, in this shape, if their wide players stay high up the pitch and get enough of the ball, it's a very attacking lineup. But if they drop too deep, they will then leave the centre-forward isolated, and it could be difficult for them.
And they couldn't quite muster a real threat. Jean-Philippe Mateta. Well, play getting a bit bogged down in midfield. Is it going to be? And a goal to open the scoring. A very bright start to this one. Abdul Mumin. Cis. It's with Lopez. Mumin. Ratsiu. Pate Cis. Chance to do damage. Pate Cis. Just looking for the right moment for that final pass. Easy. Chance for the leveller. And it goes to square the game. What a contest this is turning out to be. Munoz. Guehi. Lacroix. Chris Richards. Marc Guehi. Maxence Lacroix. Jefferson Lerma. And Lerma. And cutting it out. Morton. And a precise challenge just when it was required. Well, it's a good-looking position. Is there a goal in the future? This looks promising. Can they jump in front? It's gone in! And well, he might celebrate on the back of that. Lacroix. Chris Richards. Munoz. Marc Guehi. Richards. Ezi. Lacroix. Jefferson Lerma. Ismail Assar. Now with Wharton. Showing good width here, Palace. Has eyes for goal. And that wasn't a million miles away. Almost the equaliser.
Well, it's not a bad effort, is it? But they've got to find a way back into this one.
Andre Ratsiu. De Frutos. This looks interesting.
push that away. Mitchell. An inability to keep hold of the ball there. And that is how to block. Oh, beating his opponent with ease. Disappointing pass. Ismail Assar. Good visualisation and execution. In position. Well, the post getting in the way there. Not a time for composure on the ball. Nteka. And Palace with possession again here. This could be troublesome. And he's made it a brace for himself. The defender's just unable to stay with him. And he's having a field day. Mitchell. Guehi. Munoz. Now with Wharton. Jefferson Lerma. Mark Guehi. On to Wharton. Guehi. Now with Wharton. Encouraging move from Crystal Palace. Fancies it! Well, whether it's a great chance or a half chance, when you're trailing as they are, you've got to put them away.
Well, if they are going to get back into this, those are the sort of chances they have to take.
Jean-Philippe Mateta. And defense, real chance. Taking care of business defensively here. Referee's whistle. And off and running again here. There was a real gulf in class in the first 45. Will we see an improved effort from Palace in the second? Ismail Assar. Chris Richards. Guehi. And Lerma. Mitchell. Now with Lerma. Richards. Adam Wharton. And Lerma. Well, nothing comes of the attack when all is said and done. Can he find the right pass? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Adam Wharton. Can they create something? He got a good palm on it. A corner will ensue. Who can he pick out? And well positioned to clear. Raziu. Oh, the perfect ball now. How about this? Well, just the tackle that was needed. Garcia. Dangerous looking attack. That is tackling of the highest order. Eze. And space to cross it. And the flag raised. Offside it is. Randy Nteka. Just the challenge that was required. Ismail Assar. De Frutos.
And moving the ball forward with genuine purpose here. It has to be. And it goes! The lead just gets bigger. Surely they can't let this slip now. Maxence Lacroix. Mitchell. Guehi. On to Horton. Marc Guehi. Maxence Lacroix. Horton. And winning it back. Pate 6. Into the final 20 minutes. Easy. Now a decent position. Clearance needed to be better. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Oh, beating his opponent with ease. Well, catching it sweetly, but not quite the accuracy he was looking for.
Well, it's always a difficult technique on the volley, but I think that's a massive chance he should score from.
Plenty of support here. Electing to shoot. Corner kick forthcoming. And just a little bit off target, just wide.
Yeah, it was close, but the keeper would have saved that had it been on target.
Nteka. Superb looking pass. And still danger here. Oh, couldn't bend his run, and the flag went up. Ismail Assar. And he was in the right place to intercept. 10 minutes to go then. Easy. And passing it through. Possession ceded by Crystal Palace. Well, not pretty, but very gritty. Easy. And support available. Just the clearance that was needed. Jean-Philippe Mateta. Eberechi Eze on the ball. Wonderful chance. Well, they pulled one back, but perhaps a bit too late in this contest. They haven't been at the races this evening. Lejeune. Easy. Well, a growing sense of frustration. Just can't get near the ball. Lopez. Easy. And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages. And that will be all. A disappointing day at the off.
building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. I'm Derek Ray, and adjacent to me in the commentary box is Stuart Robson. And no question, this ought to be a game that gets pulses racing. It is AZ, and they take on Rayo Vallecano.
Well, both teams know they need to start the game well here. Try to dominate the midfield area and get their creative players on the ball. This should be an interesting game, I think.
So the initial 11 for the home side.
Well, the wingers will be key here. They have to choose the right time to give width and the right time to come infield to support the centre-forward. If they can do that, they're a potent front three. No doubt about that.
Here's how it looks for Rayo Vallecano.
Well, I think they're going to let the opponents have the ball, invite them on, and then play on the counter-attack. That's okay, but they have to make sure they defend really well and keep their concentration.
Plenty of options. It's a fierce effort. Well, he was a long way from goal, but that didn't seem to bother him.
Well, he won't strike a football much better than that. That certainly had the keeper worried.
Oh, he's left his marker for dead. And the keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger. This looks interesting. Well, you never quite know who's going to dominate a game in advance, but I think you can maybe make an argument for this fellow, Stuart. What do you think we'll see from him today?
Well, he's a good technical player. He can see a pass, he can beat a defender, and he's good in tight areas. He'll certainly be a joy to watch today.
Mainans. Jordi Classy. Oh, that's a really good run. And a goal! Now they have their opener, and now they can celebrate. Lejeune. Pate 6. Ratio. 6. Unai Lopez. Well, pass after pass. Maybe they can chisel an opportunity. Untidy on the ball. And giving the ball away. Unai Lopez. De Frutos. Could be dangerous. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Sven Mainans. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Ratio. Showing patience, looking for the equaliser. Foiling his opponent completely.
Well, there it is. The visitors have completely dominated the game in the last 15 minutes, and they've created chances. It just now needs one of those chances to be taken, but you feel it's coming.
Yes, it's going to plan, and they might be able to carve out another chance. Flag raised for offside. Jordi Clasie. Troy Parrott. Possession changing hands. De Frutos. And can they exploit the space out wide? They've lost it. It's a neat move. Ground to make up, and perhaps this corner can assist them. Well, nothing wrong with the header, but it was always going that little bit off target. Parrott. And the emphasis is on creativity. Great defending. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Andre Ratsiu. De Frutos. Real chance. Well, the post getting in the way there. Danger averted for now. Troy Parrott. And the managers will now deliver their half-time. So back underway here into the second half. Unai Lopez. Ratsiu. Oh, that's splendid play. Here's Alvaro Garcia. Easy. And an astute piece of defending. Likely to a chance. Will he finish? And a goal! Cause for celebrations again. 2 in front. Abdul Mumin. Lejeune with it. Unai Lopez. Easy. Here's Alvaro Garcia. It's with Lopez. Easy. Well, moving the ball forward, they might be in business. Now he must favour the cross. This looks interesting. Nteka. Can he open them up here? There it is! A goal to reduce the arrears and give them hope that they can turn this round. Sven Mijnans. Very quick thinking there.
Beste bezoekers, het is de bedoeling
Lejeune.
na de wedstrijd het stadion weer verlaten. Herhaling, na de wedstrijd
Lejeune with
het
it.
stadion verlaten.
Mumin. Unai Lopez. Oh, that's a fine-looking pass. He's got space. Behind in the game, but now they have a corner. Can someone get on the end of this? Clearance needed to be better. Decent position. And collected tidily. He had plenty to think about. "20 minutes to go in this one. Unable to keep the ball. What to like about that pass? Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect. Troy Parrott. Strong hand on that one.
Well, that save has kept them in this game. They now need to create one or two chances of their own.
Well, in possession now and looking to create something of their own. And he was under a bit of stress, but back to the keeper. Troy Parrott. They've lost it. Well, you've got to savour such moments. Now a decent position. Really good build-up, but no end product. Counter-attacking very much an option. Challenge.
Well, these fans have been brilliant. Just listen to the noise inside this stadium. Surely this will inspire the players to hang on. What a noise we've got.
And possibilities inside the box. And defensive play to be applauded. Well, no foul apparently. Putting so much effort into winning back possession. Giving it their all in search of an equaliser. Jordi Clasie. Mainans. And unable to keep possession. And in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. And it's gone over the line. And that will be all for this game.
building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. And a warm welcome on what is an ideal night for football, you've got to say. I'm Derek Ray, getting ready to bring you all the action, accompanied by my broadcasting partner, Stuart Robson. And without doubt, a match with the potential to bring genuine excitement. It is AZ.
Start the game well here, try to dominate the midfield area and get their creative players on the ball. This should be an interesting game, I think.
Jordi Clasie. Jordi Clasie. Sven Mijnans. So a throw in here. Mijnans. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. Sarr. And a chance to whip it in here. A really single-minded feat. Oh, genuine chance. Might still be able to do a bit of damage. Element of risk there, but he's won the ball. Troy Parrott. Oh, could be an opportunity here. Can he find the angle? And options in the centre. Can he find the net? Great opportunity, and power over subtlety. He's hit the woodwork.
Well, he made decent contact with it, but he has to score from that range.
Ismail Assar. Oh, that's splendid play. Long way out. And the deflection behind then for the corner. And ably dealt with. That's a good-looking shot. Well, it takes confidence to try your luck from that sort of distance.
Well, I have to say, that was a really good effort. He struck it so cleanly.
Parrott. Could be threatening. And the referee's verdict is penalty kick. Well, no card handed out, but quite a few upset players out there, Stuart.
Well, he's made a genuine attempt to play the ball, so penalty yes, yellow card no.
This to make it 1-0. And he puts it away confidently. So the ball rolling again with the scoreline standing at 1-0. Richards. Horton. Munoz. Marc Guehi. And the timing was perfect. Ball one. Guehi. Marc Guehi. Eze. Munoz. Now with Horton. Jefferson Lerma. Tyrick Mitchell. Good looking move. Moving the ball really well here. Good work from Palace to win back possession. Oh, moving it nicely. He'll be delighted to have won the ball, having made that difficult challenge. Troy Parrott. And fed forwards. chance. And a goal! They've added to the lead. Much needed security. Morton. Sarr in possession. Maxence Lacroix. Jefferson Lerma. Eberechi Eze on the ball. Maxence Lacroix. And Lerma. Adam Wharton. Now with Lerma. Wharton. It's a neat move. And tipping it over the crossbar. Can he deliver it with accuracy? Well, it still could be dangerous. Electing to shoot. And pushed away to safety. And Palace will get the throw-in. Chance to play it in. Is it going to be? Well, fantastic reflex action. Top-class defending.
Well, credit to the goalkeeper, because that was a terrific save, just to keep their 2-goal lead here.
Well, maybe a chance for them now to alleviate the pressure. Jordi Classy. Not really the high percentage option to try your luck from there.
Well, his teammates aren't particularly happy. He was never going to score from there.
Ismail Assar. Getting in there to intercept. Well, approaching half-time on the home side, very much in charge here, Stuart. Your thoughts?
Well, they've played some really good football up to now. In particular, the way they've got it into their front players has been excellent. I've also liked the movement of the strikers. They just now need to take this forward into the second half.
1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Sarr. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. That is that for the first half. Well, back underway, and there can be no playing it down. A big gulf between the sides in the first half. Will we see a response from Crystal Palace in the second? Ismail Assar. On to Wharton. Munoz. Jefferson Lerma. Sarr in possession. Can he find the right pass? A fine reading of the situation. Mainans. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Lerma. Sarr. A good and fair challenge. Parrott. Eze. And players waiting in the centre. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Breaking at pace. Well, unfortunately, it fizzled out in the end. Well, all doing their bit to keep them out. Well, pressing really high. Parrott. Oh, great vision. And that'll be a Palace throw-in. Jean-Philippe Mateta. This could be troublesome. Marvellous defending. Corner awarded. Let's see about the delivery. Was it a great clearance? left on that one. Jordi Clasie. Beautifully weighted ball. Chance here. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. Well, a really good run. That is a tackle and a half. Munoz. What to like about that pass? Well, they couldn't keep it. Drawing it back. Lerma. On to Saar. Well, they couldn't keep possession. It's not going to go down as the prettiest passing sequence we've ever seen. Sven Meijnans. And he might be through here. Tries to lift it. Oh, we have just witnessed a special moment. Pure quality. Jefferson Lerma. On to Horton. Oh, tremendous vision. Well, we're inside the final quarter of an hour now. Horton. Munoz. Now with Lerma. Oh, this is looking promising, but stout defending when it mattered. And a tidy ball. And a long way out. And not cleared away properly. Well, they can bring it out now. Ismail Assar. And the pass deftly cut out. Well, the seconds are ticking away and the home side in control. Stuart, what have you made of this?
Well, what can you say about this performance? They've been absolutely brilliant. They've played with such guile and creativity, and their passing has been so expansive. Not many teams would have stopped them today.
Real chance. Well, the keeper is happy the bar was there. Sven Meijnans. Not what he was intending. Bad pass. A really committed challenge, and it's gone out for a throw-in. Well, we've entered the final 5 minutes. Clean challenge. Spot on with that tackle. Could be dangerous. Now he's got to stay calm. A goal! And I'll tell you what, on this sort of form, very few would lay a glove on them. And that will be all. A disappointing day at the office for Crystal Palace.
We're here to enjoy a matchup that football fans are sure...
A warm welcome to the South London stronghold that is Selhurst Park. Guy Mowbray here, and Sue Smith is here to commentate with me. And we should have a cracking contest here. It's Crystal Palace, and they play Rayo Vallecano.
Yeah, cheers, Guy. Well, it's so loud in here, isn't it? The fans are really up for this one, and I'm sure the managers will be reminding them, remember what you need to focus on and block out all of that noise.
This is the Crystal Palace lineup.
Yeah, it's a 3-4-2-1, and this is quite a narrow formation, so it's key that the two wing-backs provide the width. The front three, I'm sure they'll combine in attack, and maybe another midfielder join in as well.
Here's how Rayo Vallecano line up.
It's certainly a 3-4-2-1 formation, and this can be quite balanced with the three central defenders, the two holding midfielders keeping it quite tight at the back. But then when they go forward, you've got the three attackers and the wing-backs joining in as well to cause problems.
De Frutos. They're being afforded too much space here. Coming in field now. It's a lovely looking ball in. Nearly a wonderful attempt.
Well, it's a fantastic effort. Difficult technique, but he's caught it well. Very unfortunate.
Eberechi Eze. A turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. Bit of a squeeze on here. And the defender left behind. The danger averted for now. In the right position to cut out the pass. To take the lead. It's on for the shot. And that has missed. Needs to reset in time for the next chance. And Taker. And that will keep the attack moving nicely. Oh, the keeper's pounced there to claim possession. Ismail Assar. Oh, there could be something from the cross here. Oh, that was a great chance to score.
It was, Guy. Great chance to take the lead. He'll be really annoyed with himself not to put that one away.
And possession given away. Cease. De Frutos. Looks a good ball. It has to be. He tried to absolutely smash that, which, as we've seen, wasn't the right decision. De Frutos. And the work pays off as they get the ball back. Both sides having a hard time keeping the ball at the moment. Isi Palazzo. Mateta. Jean-Philippe Mateta. Good work to regain possession. De Frutos. Moving the ball forward. What can they do with this? Promising looking attack, but it's come to nothing. They found a way through. Well, they're not going to profit. Good defending. It's a pretty poor error, to be honest. Didn't have to do that. Lopez. Lejeune. Garcia. Unai Lopez. De Frutos. Promising looking ball. Cleared away and out, it'll be a corner. And here it comes. And it's not the best of clearances. And that hasn't come to anything. Played through nicely. But no, just offside.
Well, I thought he timed his run perfectly here. Incredibly close, but just about the correct decision, I think.
Well, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Making decent progress here. Chance for the lead. And it's a good diving save, although one you'd expect to be made. So a corner now, one good ball in, might be all it takes for the lead. And somehow he's been denied. Superb work. Palazzo. That's not a good pass. It's easily been cut out. Urging him to shoot. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. And that brings it. And the ball is rolling for the second half, with both sides hopefully switched on a bit more now. Unai Lopez. De Frutos. Cease. Alvaro Garcia. Good work to beat the marker. And they've got themselves a corner now. And the ball comes in. Well, he couldn't get free, and he couldn't find the target.
Well, it's certainly not a free header. It's strong defending here, just enough to put him off at that vital moment.
Working hard to win it back there. Really good pass. Work pays off. They won the ball. Mitchell. Oh, excellent vision. Genuine chance. It's in. 1-0. And that could change the shape of the game. Cease. Unai Lopez. Palazzo. Untidy in possession there. Isi Palazzo. Lopez. There's a nice passing rhythm to the play, but not really going anywhere fast with it. That's not a bad looking ball. De Frutos. Randy and Taker. Eberechi Eze. Fantastic looking ball. Oh, offside. That must have been close.
Oh, it was. That's so unlucky. A really tight call. Great movement, so he'll be frustrated. But it was the right decision.
Lacroix. Richards. Mitchell. Now, there could be something on in a moment. Lerma. And Taker. And the assistant spotted a touch there, throw in. Looking to put the cross in. Still behind, but this is looking promising. A turnaround in possession, excellent positioning. Just about able to keep it in. Tyrick Mitchell. They're getting into a good position. Now it needs a good ball in. And with that sort of chance, you've just got to keep the ball much lower than he did there. Now this might be promising. And that will ease any defensive worry. There's a corner and the opportunity to create an equaliser. He's got his head to it, but has missed horribly. Poor effort. Lerma. Promising looking ball. What can they do from here? And they've got it back now. Randy and Taker. If they take advantage here, I'm starting to be the enemy now.
Well, just listen to the atmosphere in here. It's been such a close game, really competitive, and the fans are just desperate to get them over the line now.
Garcia. A chance to get something going here. And that's where it ends. Play on is the referee's call. Nicely sets it up. Real opportunity. And that has gone over the top by quite a distance. Good work to regain possession. Eberechi Eze. Frutos. They need to find a way to that late leveller, and this could be it. Oh, they were getting interested there, but not anymore. Mitchell. And that's the final whistle.
What an intriguing prospect. A game of high profile featuring two magnificent sides, fully prepared for this match. Hello, this should be an enticing prospect. Welcome to the Estadio de Vallecas. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and I'm joined for expert analysis by my partner Stuart Robson. And no question, this ought to be a game that gets pulses racing. It's Rayo Vallecano facing AZ.
Well, thanks, Derek, as always. The scene is set, two good teams, a great playing surface and a vibrant atmosphere. It has all the ingredients for a really exciting game.
Here's how it looks for Rayo Vallecano.
Well, they're starting with an attacking 4-5-1 formation with three players in advance of two holding midfielders. But it's important that the wide players come in field to join the centre forward at the right time.
Will he play it in? And nicely struck. High degree of difficulty to hit it on the volley like that, and it was close.
Well, his skill level is so high, you're absolutely right. That's a great effort on the volley.
Sven Mainans. Oh, an audacious effort, and not too far away.
You have to say that was a really good attempt. What a spectacular goal that would have been.
De Frutos. Nteka. And he favours the inside route. And a very good challenge. Well, he always has to be regarded as a dangerous opponent, so what should we expect to see from him in this game, Stuart?
Well, how many times have we seen it? He's a magnificent crosser of the ball, and he will be a major threat today.
Jordi Clasie. Troy Parrott. And a tidy challenge. Well, they're moving it around with real purpose here. The cross is on. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Nice looking move, this. Can he put them in front? Well, it was a wonderful chance, but the goalkeeper comes through.
Yes, Derek, we have to give credit to the keeper, but surely he should have scored there. That's a big, big chance.
Committed challenge. Trying to open them up. A goal! The opening statement of the match. A richly deserved lead, and now they can celebrate. Jordi Clasie.
Recordamos a los aficionados que en este estadio hay que animar. ¡Vamos, gente!
Useful looking position, you've got to say. And he's in an offside position. Garcia. Well, the defenders know they need to get tighter. Can't really allow runs like that. And a throw coming up after that authoritative challenge. Mainans. And offside it is. Garcia. And he read it superbly. Jordi Clasie. Now they've lost it. De Frutos. An alert piece of defending.
The attack looks promising. Decides to shoot. What a block! Couldn't keep it. Sven Meinans. Good looking cross. Just needs to get rid of it. Pep Chavarria. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. Well, nothing for them to worry about in the end. Good defending. Easy. And he has options available. This could be troublesome. Can they get in behind them? And with that, they've thwarted the opportunity. Meinans. Troy Parrott. Well, they couldn't keep possession. Good technique displayed. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. And so there... Well, underway once more, and it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in this second half. Jordi Clasie. Meinans. Patience and persistence on the passing front in the name of finding an equaliser. Chasing the game, but now a corner. Now his direction was just a little bit off. Andre Ratsiu. Superbly read and executed. Troy Parrott. This looks promising. Well, not far away from a very difficult angle.
Well, from that position, it was a really good effort.
Garcia. And a timely intervention. Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
Well, Derek, he took his goal well and was a constant threat throughout that first half. I thought he showed a lot of skill to get out of tight situations, and he had a real impact on the plate.
Well, they're on the scent of something positive. Oh, great attacking play. Well, the keeper reacted magnificently. 30 minutes left for play. Over the touchline for a throw-in. Has eyes for goal! And pushed away to safety. Unai Lopez. Oh, lovely ball. They're putting all their energies into winning back possession. Now what can they do from here? Takes it on! Pounded away by the keeper. They won't complain about having won the corner, and maybe an opportunity to increase their advantage. Struggling to get it away. Well, they can keep possession now. Jordi Clasie.
Well, there it is. The visitors have completely dominated the game in the last 15 minutes, and they've created chances. They just haven't had that end product. But you just get a sense that equaliser is coming.
Well, first they have a bit of defending to do. Unai Lopez. Well, it looks highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. It has gone over the touchline for what will be a throw-in. DC. Here's Alvaro Garcia. Good run, very much in control of the situation. And out of play, the pass nearly worked out, but not quite. Dangerous looking attack. And defending as a unit. Troy Parrott. EC. Here's Alvaro Garcia. Pate Cis. Well, racing past his man, but a good piece of tidying up. Well, that's eye-catching wide play. Well, left his man behind here. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Now, counter-attacking possibilities here. And teammates to play it to. And so it will be a corner. Now sending it in. Oh, disappointing clearance. It looks promising. This could finish it. And in all likelihood, that is game over. So little time left for a response. Sven Mijnans. It's with Classy. Parrott. Space afforded him. And it's opening up. Simple save, really. EC. Pep Chavarria. Here's Alvaro Garcia. Well, breaking at pace is always a possibility. It was an excellent example of how to break at pace.
Well, that's counter-attacking football at its best. They switch on so quickly when they win the ball back. It deserved a goal.
Jordi Classy. Very effective pass. Has a go. That was going in. And offside it is. The referee blows for full time. It ends at a victory.